All right, looks like the witch box is broken. Right? How is it broken? I guess this is what we'll be doing at the start of the stream. Okay. Let's start by... Let's make sure this works. No? Yeah, this works. I keep actually closing it down as if it was an application. Which? The wicked witch is what you're supposed to answer. Okay. Which? The wicked witch. Okay, why is this not working? Let's have a look at the network. Because I think this is the issue. Oh, right. We have a game deal thing. Maybe we need to make a game deal one as well. Okay, we'll take the lazy approach now. Should we misspell game deal? Okay, let's see if there's a backlog at least. Nope. Okay, let's see if we can find this error here. Binky netmod 225. Okay, so we don't know what's gone wrong. Is it Friday yet? What am I gonna do tomorrow though? I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow or not. I gotta start making the videos, right? We can write a little bit about that. Right? Hello, Bonan. Yeah, we're just gonna fix this first. So is it here? No, it's this guy. That is not okay. So this is happening. Why is this happening? I could get all this working just by restarting it, but I wonder if I should try to find out what this is. Let's do this. Let's set a timer on spending time on this thing, right? Because network debugging is about as fun as not, right? What should we give this? Make a video on stream? No, that's not easy. Making videos is a lot of work. It takes a lot of time and a lot of retakes. So I won't do that on stream. That would be silly. That would be incredibly frustrating to watch as well. Watching a person say the same thing over and over and over again. And when you're trying to say something predetermined, it's a lot easier to just trip over your words and make mistakes. So you're going to say something like blah, blah, blah. And instead you end up saying, I eat babies, and can't release that video. Groundhog stream day. Well, also I'm using this setup to stream now, so using this to record doesn't quite work. I could record this, but I want to have a little bit more oh, fuck it. You know what I mean, right? You guys know. But why is this why are we getting a connection reset by peer? Which connection is it that is reset? And why? GIF. Well, what are we making a GIF of, right? We need to have some things to make GIFs out of, right? So we have to pick projects that look good and are easy to make, so we can make videos making these projects without being unnecessarily complicated, right? And on top of that, the wait, these are domain sockets. Huh. Yeah, so the way I was gonna go about this was first to do an introduction. Why does this thing exist and what's the benefits? And then do the series of building something with it, where we start by just basic setup to get something on screen, then going through the different elements, then getting into components, and finally getting to events and message passing and all these things, right? So there's quite a lot to fit into a series of videos, right? Like there's a lot that we have to get in there, right? But I don't really have an elevator pitch for you, right? Why should you use this thing? And I feel like I could talk for hours why you should use it, right? But that's not really a good place to start. I also want to talk about the shortcomings of this, but I don't want to mention them up front because I don't want to put anyone off, right? I did mention in the guide that doing dynamic splits is not something I would try to do with this, at least not yet, because we don't have recursive components. So you should probably not build your next Vim clone with this. But you don't want to start introducing a project either by saying, okay, here are reasons not to use this in a video, right? Because you're wasting people's attention on something, right? So I have to structure these videos in some kind of nice consumable format. And it takes thinking, right, to get there, right? The same reason people use Ratatouille or Charm. No, you should, this is not the same, right? And I need to get that point across. Okay, if we were to change the perspective and say, okay, build a customizable application in Ratatouille or Charm Bracelet where the end user can customize the layout entirely of the application, right? And you can't, right? The only way you're going to do that is if you reinvent Anathema to work with Ratatouille or Charm Bracelet, right? So there is nothing out there, to my knowledge, that has solved this problem, right? It's not a big problem, maybe, but it's something that I thought should have a solution. What? Well, the fact that you say what kind of makes me think that, yes, I really need to figure out how to succinctly explain what this is, right? Yeah, but that's very vague, though, right? If I can be a little bit flippant, it's like saying the reason you use a computer is to run programs, right? Yeah, but that's very vague. It's usually something more specific. But again, I'm being flippant here, right? Yeah, building terminal applications. Yes, that is the underlying reason. But the question is, why should you use Anathema instead of any of these well-established projects, right? And that's when we get into the customizable aspect of your application, right? Of course, you don't have to, but you know. But now, I wonder why this isn't. Why is this read async failing? Because we should end up with a new reader here. Let's print this out, right? So let's info trace. Logging there. I thought we were using tracing. Oh, my brain is so cooked. New reader on. Now we have new reader. Writer is writer key. Session key. You can use Ratatouille or Charm as examples of why you should use Anathema, because most people who build TUIs use those already and can relate better when you show them that. True, but you're not wrong, but I definitely don't want to say. I want to have like an objective perspective of this thing. Right? I want to focus on talking about what this does and not bring other libraries into the mix, because I don't want anyone to think that I say that these alternatives are bad. I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying that. It's more like, here's what you can achieve if you use this, all right? I don't have to compare this to anything else. I believe that so terminal applications, there are a lot of them. Some of them are customizable. But if we start to go into more narrow scope of each of these things, right? Then you use Ratatouille because it's written in Rust, you use Charm Bracelet because it's written in Go, and you're going to use those respective languages. And when you choose Rust, or you're going to use Ratatouille or Anathema, then it becomes a question of what are your needs, right? And what do you want to do, right? And that's kind of where it gets a little bit iffy. If you go out in a video saying that your thing is better than someone else's thing, it kind of, I feel like it fosters the wrong mentality, which is why I'm sort of cautious talking about that. I mean, I can do it on stream, right? I can show what I've, like, benchmarks I've done maybe or whatever, and that's not a problem because I'm talking to my community who knows I'm passionate and care about these things, right? But if I'm just some random in a video, it's a bit different, I guess, right? Oh my god, Doddy. Wow. No, I wasn't saying that you did that either, Bonin, right? I'm just riffing off the conversation here, right? That sucks, Doddy. I'm sorry to hear that. You have my sympathy. It is you're about to begin your own journey. um Yeah, but that's what I want to avoid, Bonan, because I feel like that is doing that unjust comparison, right? And that could very well have quite a negative impact. As in, why should I use this thing? And you kind of end up showing the advantages of using one thing over another is doing a comparison, and whether that comparison is fair or not is a different story. By the way, people can get quite insufferable when you make these comparisons as well, and I get that. I get that people get defensive about things. So if you have spent a year and a half working on a Ratatouille application to do something, and then some Twitch asshole turns up and be like, "Oh, you should use this; it's better than Ratatouille," and you start questioning your choices. So it's more like here's a thing that you can do things with. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being overly concerned for people's feelings, and I shouldn't care. If you already had one in Ratatouille or Charm, well, I mean, Ratatouille is Rust, but Charm is Go. So I feel like swapping from Charm to Anathema is jumping language, and that's a big move, right? I wonder where my socks went, because I don't have any socks on again today. It's not that warm now. These are the important questions. I forgot to read. Where did you go? I'm looking for a message here. There we go. New reader. This is the one that's relevant now. Netmod 165. There should be at least one more of those. Whoops. Yeah, there's 2 of these. That's 11, 12. That's 8, 9. Okay, so they are sort of consecutively created. That makes sense. We'll see how this works, right? Maybe someone wants to do that. That's true, maybe, right? But it's more like I want it to stand on its own merits, right? I don't know why why we're like having this conversation. I'm just tired and lazy. That's all. That's like the only reason. I'm not arguing against what you're saying. You have valid points, right? Hello, Smiling Big. How you doing? I think someone did redeem a game though, so we're gonna do that now. I'm just gonna try to see if this is working. There you go. Game though. have we had this before? This is one of those indie games where, is it the one with like the robots in the desert thing? No, it is not. Is this like Factorial? I don't know. I don't know this game. I like the art style though. Is that is this the second, is this Wally? No, Joey, sorry. Is this Joey? Is this Beneath the Steel Sky 2? No. That's not even in here. Is it Colonizing Mars? Surviving Mars. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna skip because I didn't know that. Alright, Surviving Mars. Yeah, I've not played this. This is probably something that you guys instantly know. This looks very like specific, but I have no idea what this is. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Final Fantasy 8. What? Really? Huh. What is character like? You're supposed to know the name of the character. I mean, this definitely have like that Blizzard look. So I would say this is something from like Warcraft, maybe. But yeah, this one is gonna be an absolute no for me. Yeah, the Lich King. And now I had like no idea. Which game? Mario, Dr. Mario, Warcraft. Who ever heard of that game? Right. All right, we're not gonna do character in the future. That wasn't fun because I was so bad at it. Ooh, all right. Okay, we had coffee. Now, I've updated the guide a little bit this morning. I need to make that work. There's small circle into twos, and even probably even smaller who create twos. In my opinion, you want to be part of this community and not exclusive from this community. I'm not disagreeing with you there, right? You say small circle, but let's have a look at how many stars Ratatouille has, though, right? Why can't we see that? Oh, it's an organization. Stupid me. 13,000 stars, right? I don't know if that's small or not. That's pretty big, but in the grand scheme of things, it is small, right? You're not wrong. So yeah, it definitely is a niche market, isn't it? Right? Okay, so oh, hang on, someone's asking me. I need to at them. Yeah. How you doing, Priven? Do I want to open that image? that just went to Imager. Yeah, that doesn't go anywhere for me. That just goes to Imager, right? Okay. So what's the next step, right? Probably let's talk about the input widgets and the buttons. Maybe that's the next thing to do, right? Yeah. Let's do that. Let's talk about the inputs and the buttons, right? Actually, there's one thing that occurred to me with the demo. We don't have a way to quit. We need a way to quit. And I think maybe we can do that here by saying context.stop. Stop runtime. Oh, tell me about it, Modprog. Did I ever get an answer from Danaka yesterday, by the way? Let me check Discord. No. People complain about eGUI instead. Ugh. This is so flipping typical, right? You don't ask for help, then a million people will tell you what to do. You ask for help, nothing, okay? I should just start doing what I need help with incredibly wrong on purpose and then see what happens. You've been set up for a great joke. Are you gonna catch on or not? So should we add a stop to the context here so you can stop the runtime through the context? Because there's no way that we're returning the events, right? Too nice for that? Sorry, are you new? By the way, I will tell you guys this. The bot can be a little bit offensive today. Okay. I've been experimenting with some things, so we'll see what happens. Okay. If you get offended, that's on you, though. Oh, we should make the bot hot reloadable as well, the commands. Yes. Okay, so let's make that then, right? No, it's not anything as sophisticated as that, right? I don't have a lemming hooked up to it. That seems like a complete waste of compute power, right? It doesn't always reply though, Skylar. So you can say that you are here and it might ignore you, right? You've been ghosted by a bot. How does that feel? Do I have keywords? Yeah, hang on. S1. Sorry. Yes, there are not keywords as much as there are various permutations of testable phrases. But it's just a big hack that I did. I like that this works. It was just it shouldn't have been that funny, but it was. It's just a bunch of like permutations of phrases and stuff, right? It's very, very basic. I just hacked it together while I was waiting for my tea this morning. Or while I was waiting for my tea to get cold this morning. Okay, so let's add event stopping, right? No, it's not part of the commands, right? I shouldn't have said anything because I feel like I set the bar too high with that comment. Okay, let's see. What should we do? We should make a new branch, right? Whoops. Feature quit from context. There we go. Well, at least I got you guys interacting in the chat. That's something. I might have just baited you and there might not be anything there. Okay, should we start by writing an integration test? We don't need this stuff. We just need the on key thing. I bet you didn't activate the cone. No, I think I just set your expectations too high. That's what happened. It's better to have this test to base this on. The hell is this music? Right. Do you guys remember when we played Balatro and life was pretty easy? I think that should work, right? And then we never send the stop. And now this thing won't work because we don't have that. There we go. Okay, so no warnings. That's good. Clean that up. I have no idea how to unwrap that, Skylar. Okay, so on event, here's an any focus. That oh, this might not be very. This might be difficult. I wonder if this could end up being a problem. Because we have, I wonder if this with component is always used for every event. I have to find that out, right? And here we're moving the context, right? Yes. Nice try, Skyler. I reviewed your Rust code and it was lacking. We can check the layout context after this. We can do this after each tick. So if we store this on the layout context, so we have a stop runtime bool, not stop runtime boo. Okay, I think this might work. And then we pass this. No, hang on. You're supposed to be on the layout context. So we can ask this one. Yeah. There we go. So where's the tick function here? Is this gonna work? Then we're done already. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Okay. Seems easy enough, doesn't it? And if we have a, where's like a quit function? Context.stop runtime. But this should not be a thing, but a function call. Yes. So the context needs to have the stop. Where's the context now? With component creates. Where's the context? Context. There you are. Right. And what does that look like? Any component context. There we go. Now, does the actual component context have that? I almost remember that conversation. It's a vague memory of it. Okay, this isn't great. I thought we were gonna have this information here, but we don't. We could attach it, I suppose. How are we making this? What's the oh, hang on, we have the layout context here. Ah, but that's just the viewport. So we'll have the stop runtime here. Are you a mutable reference? And you are not. Okay, so this one now takes the stop runtime before strings. Then okay. Okay, so we can store that here. Damn it, this is so easy to work with. I am sure I will make mistakes, but adding functionality is actually fun now. And then this, any component context is going to go to an actual component context. Which we make it. Can this one dereference to? It can. So we can add the stop runtime function here. Okay. Should we run the test? Should we run the test again? Just whatever, man. It's just so easy to work with. Until the Tmux decides to give up on me instead. Okay. So can we run this now and quit? No, we cannot. That still clears. Stop closing the window, you evil man. Okay, now that was worse than saying you idiot. There you go. Now it'll look a little bit nicer. Easy. Okay, I've added some Git hooks now. So we'll see if this works. Stop the runtime from the context. I got so fed up with breaking the build that I added this. See? It failed. Of course it's gonna do this before we do anything. Okay. Let's merge some pull requests into dev. So I'm looking at what I need to make the version 0.2.1. That is not the. Can I edit this, please? Quit from context. Okay. Is there anything else that we need to add? New features. How good is that? I did merge it into dev, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, what else do we have? Do we have anything that you guys think is missing? Anything? We can look at the to-dos. There are quite a few of these. Okay, hot reloading is not toggleable at the moment. Functions, that would be pretty wild, wouldn't it? Functions would be pretty wild. Should we try that? The error thing? Oh yeah, the separate error handling or error pop-up thing, yeah. That feels like that could be more low-hanging fruit than the function implementation, right? Although functions should just be a lookup table. So given something like state.name.to lower to loser to lover. Sorry. that should translate to lower state.name, right? State dot or something like should we like round or truncate or what would be a good way of saying translate this um to something like 2 decimal points or whatever, right? I mean, we don't even have to do this in the first go around, right? We could just add this part first and then translate this part later. Precision or something cooler, right? Yeah, rounding is probably doing something like this, which would then output 2. I think that's but we also want things like to int and to stir. Round, yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. So maybe precision. Precision, is that how you spell precision? No. One S. Okay, this will be a little bit of work to translate this to that. We could probably also have, well, I know people's gonna want date formatting because people hate me, but that would be a thing. Seal and floor, yeah. Although you're most likely not gonna do any precision calculations here because this is more for display than anything, but yeah. Okay, so this is how functions should work, but let's have a look at some boring stuff first, where we actually get the template error, right? Let's make a mistake in here, right? Oh, actually, the reason this is highlighting is because that's what we used to have. I think no, attribute is right. Element should not have that. Okay, let's see how I broke this now. All right, cool. Never. See, if we do this, it turns into an element, but without this, it's just an ident. But that kind of makes sense because everything would be otherwise. Right? We should make the components different color though. This should be optional. So is this making it optional? And that's gonna be an @ sign. I don't know if the @ sign has a magical meaning here or not. Okay, that was not the right thing. Oh no, hang on, we're looking at that one. So it could also potentially have. So we're saying starting with an @ sign, any string 0, 1 or more strings, white space plus 0, 1 or more strings. Oh man. Yeah, and it's Vim's regular expression too, so it's a little bit magical. I don't even know what this means anymore. And I don't know what the top thing is anymore. I think we'll take this out for a second and see if that will react. It didn't. Okay, that should be a component. Okay, it's not matching on any of that. So that one might be a mistake. Or it might be because that's used for some kind of group matching, right? Whoops. Do we need 2? I don't think so. No. That is a required white space, yeah. Is W white space or is W's word? All right, so S is space. Okay, wow, I'm confused. So that's more like it. Yes, that's better. Not sure why the R isn't. It's probably this. Highlight end, maybe? Yeah. Okay, so we'll make that a slightly different one. Okay, that's fine. And then this should still work. Yes. What should we do with the components? Should we make them bold or something else? Hello. Okay, so the variable thing doesn't, this is not a thing anymore. We can try to make you special, or not spatial. I think tiny data is no longer relevant. But what we can do is we can say anything within this are not data, but ASOC events, right? Wow, that's brutally gross. Unfind it immediately. I don't like this. I want this thing to be its own, right? I guess it looked better with statement there. And we should probably get the H stack as a statement as well. But I wonder if that's going to qualify everything as a statement then. And that would be by making these optional, right? No. Okay, apparently I've made a mistake there as well. Do I really have to put backslash on this? Man, I don't love this Vim, okay? No. If we take this out, then it should be highlighting these things. Actually, that's not bad. We need to get rid of that one. And we'll make... Now it's the same as the component except for this one. I don't remember what highlight groups we have. Maybe... What does a constant look like here? Yeah, that's kind of better, right? I'm not sure I'm loving these ones, though. And what does text look like? Okay. What groups do we have? Function, that will be a thing. Chat. Okay, let's see. Vim highlight groups. I think that's what we're looking for. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. We could just look at the okay, here we go. So string, we got character, number, boot, identifier. That should probably be let's try this for the component. Identifier. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Now the labels seem to have an identifier too. That's the attribute. An attribute is a function. We're probably going to have something different for that. That will be an identifier though. Do we have something specific for strings? Yeah, we have strings. So string could be string, couldn't it? Let's see what that looks like. Okay, it looks roughly the same. A statement. Should we see what statement looks like then? We know that's the element. It's a statement. What about label then for the component? Ah, that's the same as that guy. Okay, what about keyword? I mean, we do have keywords. So let's write a for loop and see what that looks like. Hmm. Okay, I think I preferred it when these were not looking like that. I think we're good. Right, let's make the component be a identifier so they are easy to see. So they don't look the same as everything else. I'm good with this. We'll run with it. I'll commit this. Okay. Okay, so we can quit. Then there was the runtime. Okay, so let's go to index. Let's broken. And we're gonna add this on that line. So if we run this, it's just gonna flip out. And let's think about how we're gonna do this. Oh, this makes me think. And I don't like to think. It hurts my brain. Okay, this is gonna be a difficult one to solve. Is the terminal not restored at this point? Right? If I do this, the error message will look fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's really confusing, but that's fine. Why is it not restoring the terminal before this error though? So when we drop the backend, will this restore it? It will. Okay, so that's an improvement to this, which is a big or nothing. So in that case, when we finish here, hello Zuyash, how you doing? Maybe we need to pass in ownership of the backend here. But this is not the problem that we want to solve. We want this to appear in Anathema during the runtime, okay? So let's have a look at the function here. This is where the problem is. No, we don't even get there. Where does this error come from? Well, that didn't tell me anything. Is it in here, maybe? No, we don't get there either. Do we get here, though? We do. I was like, did you do this? But no, I think I did that one. Sorry. Oh, it's the runtime new that is failing. This is what's failing. Okay, so ideally we have something where you can just take an error message and shove it somewhere else where the sun don't shine. And as a result of that, we can get a so like an orthogonal runtime for just showing errors, and then we can return from there. So we want something where the program flow goes like this, and then here it's either okay or an error. And if it's okay, we're gonna continue. If it's an error, we're gonna go off here to failure land, which is very nice to live in, right? And then here we enter a loop. And this loop can either be okay or fail, which means we need to go back to failure land here, right? This is what failure land looks like. This is the failure monster. Okay. And if it's okay, we're just going back to the beginning of the loop, right? I wonder if we could do this with... that. Right. Wait, what did I bungle there? Floaty? What have I done wrong here? So we got a V stack with another V stack. Oh yeah, these used to have spaces here and here, like that. There we go. But then I think we can put the brushes on the same, in the same place, like that, and save a little bit of space. Brushes. And if we make this into a column, then I broke the whole thing. Oh. All right. Right. Now, it would be nice if red was actually red. Well, we're not going to call it FG. It'll be foreground blue. I think I want this to work. So we have to go and change the button first. Now, these aren't the okay, whatever. These aren't the attributes of Val Carol. I'm sure you could implement that yourself, right? Because you still have a type system in C++. It might not be as extensive though, right? That's a different story. So these attributes needs to come from the component. Right? But we are in the component. Yeah. Easy. Okay. We should make quit some kind of weird. Let's add more things here. Bold attributes, bold, italic attributes, italic, easy. That is not what I want to do. I want to do that. Oh wow, buggy much? Ugh. So let's make the quit button have a foreground of yellow and bold true. Actually, let's make it red. Red and angry. Maybe that should just be an X. Like that. Perfect. Right. What was I doing? Okay, yes. So we are starting off with everything going in here. Then it's either okay or an error. And if it's an error, then we end up over here. If it's a... Okay. Maybe I couldn't replicate that program here. Okay, whatever. No. Yeah, be reasonable, Caleb. What's wrong with you? You got skill issue? Just have to believe. Okay. So this is kind of what we have. So we have an error that needs to be accessible from two locations. When we fail to build the initial runtime. So maybe we can have an error runtime that takes over. So it's really that we do the parsing, the first one, and then if that fails, we go over to this error runtime. And this thing can resume here once the error is no longer present. And then we get to the loop, which can go to error, which can then go back there again, right? That's not confusing at all. Are you following these arrows? I think, TK, that making a game is such a big undertaking that it would actually be an act of mild to immediate insanity to have a complete stranger telling you what game to make, and then you go off and spend years making that game. All right. Yeah, but what do they know, B-Sharp? They're just a bunch of losers with weird hats. Okay. do I want to implement this? Why don't you guys build something and I can just sit here and talk, right? Are you looking for ideas to make games, TK? Doddy, are you in the chat? No, I'm sticking to my idea, Caleb, which is a Balatroidvania. I haven't figured out the details yet, but I know it's gonna be good. Oh no, I mean this stream is entirely about this, Doddy, so please do that, right? Card game, sorry, story. We have no idea what you're talking about. Balatro is a card game like Solitaire. Did they just copy Microsoft? Ugh, cringe much. Okay, I'm reading your message now, Doddy. Iter as, which looks to be working for F64. Yeah, so you can iterate as anything that can be translated to anything else, right? So you can have a bunch of bytes, U8s. You write U8s to attributes, but then you can iterate over them as U16 and so on and so forth. Oh yeah, no, you won't be able to do that. But you might be able to get that as a slice instead, Doddy. I think that's an incorrect quote. Let me go and fix that. Oh, whoops. There we go. Why doesn't the bot post quotes to Twitch chat? Because then we would end up with 2 quotes on screen, right? Is there a reason people start using Rust, or is it more to show off your big brain? No, that's the only reason people use any programming language 9Cs. I mean, you know this already, so I don't know why you asked the question. I did read that twice, Dayloop. I read it here on screen, and I read it in the Twitch chat as well. Can we make an error runtime then? Rust is just for flexing. There is no reason for it to exist whatsoever. It hasn't solved any actual real world problems either. Did you count them? All right, we're going to try to restart the bot now. I'm just going to do something over here. To see if we can break this again now. Okay, so that one should probably be removed. All right, hang on to your sockets. We're getting there. Yeah, we're not doing that. Okay, almost done. Why is Spotify so jank sometimes? uh, hang on to your sockets. We're getting there. Okay. Okay. Let's check the TOML file here. Do I not have the stop runtime? Um Huh. How did I break this? Oh, that's weird, but okay. We'll fix that. We'll fix that. Okay, now this thing should have generated that error again. And now we can actually go and look at this here. Here it is. No, it isn't. Oh, okay. Let's see that again. You know what? I can do this off stream. We don't have to deal with that now. Okay, which branch are we on? Okay. I don't believe you, Priven. As a matter of fact, I have evidence that you are. Oh, this thing is slow, but I'm guessing I'm missing the next conversation. The total compilation for Anathema on my machine is you're not far off actually. 4 seconds. But it's not going to be 4 seconds once you build all your dependencies and everything, making a change. All right. Hello, Lamb. How you doing? All right, I have too many things running. No, there we go. Which branch are we on now? Runtime errors, right? What a good name. Yeah, the Rust compile times aren't bad. That's like an old thing. Back in 2015, 16, Rust compile times were pretty bad, but these days they're not. I don't think people who complain about the compile time actually either they have strange expectations, they don't understand compilation units, I don't, or they just like to say things with no. I mean, like most people just spout nonsense without any actual relevant facts baked into their rubbish, right? 3,000 dependencies and compiling on Lemon, yeah, and that's going to be slow in any compiler, right? Lots of traits, lots of macros, you're going to get slower compile times, right? It's simple as that. But they're not going to be any faster than the other language that has these, right? There is no compile time. There you go. We don't need this anymore. Oh my goodness. Okay. Don't try to compile LVM though, right? That'll be the rest of your life. Okay, so somewhere we're calling this new function, and this can fail, right? So here we need to match on this. And then here we need to start the error runtime here. Have a whole life, yeah. We should also make hot load something you can toggle on and off as well, right? But yeah. Wait, what about these things though? While we're doing the hot reloading thing. Let's try that. I mean, it doesn't make economical sense, right? Hello, Batman. How you going? It doesn't make economical sense to pay for something that's going to be obsolete, right? In a short period of time. Maybe not 5 years, but if you look at a lot of web dev companies, they would just bang out a new project every 6 months to like between like 12 and 24 months, right? You'll get a new version of something. Okay, let's run it and break it then. Except we don't know where that was because of the stupid old screens and what have you. All right, this is going to be beautiful. Okay, 194, not yet implemented. There's where we are. Okay, so they are both template errors, right? Okay, so how do we get here then? So this one should fail with the same error, start error runtime. And if we do it this way, when it's actually running, yeah. It depends on if you're compiling LLVM, and it depends on what flags you enable. So it's not really that the same thing, right? The long and short is something that is big and complex is going to take a longer time to compile, regardless of language, right? It might be faster to do something in one language versus another, but I think you'd be hard pressed to. People can bring up like, oh, this example in this instant, this thing is faster, but you weren't really looking at other instances, right? So you're just talking about some bespoke situation, right? Where you don't actually know what the equivalent in another language would have been in terms of compile times, right? Are you statically linking LLVM? All right. So here we're gonna go off and start the show the error, right? So can we do this a function here that just shows the error until you hit Control C, right? So show error, and we do that here as well. I don't love that name. Okay. Oh shit on it. There we go. No, what are you griping about? Import this thing, not add braces. I know, but you know, you're supposed to fix that. Wait, is this not? This is in the builder. Oh, boo. Then we just re-export that one. Simple as that. Well, no, why don't we just use a template error instead of the rest? We're gonna stringify this anyway. There we go, right? Perfect. Okay. We now have... Hello, Rans, how you doing? $20 until... And there's so many things I want to freaking build. I don't want to do this crap. Can't someone else take over now? So I want to build a new timer. I want to build a timer into this thing. I want to fix this stupid error in the network thing. Boo. All right. Quit your belly aching. We're going to do this now, right? So first of all, we need to convert this into a message, right? So we're just going to format this. Like so. Now we have to do like a whole setup here. Do we need to borrow the backend maybe? I think we do. Well played, Skylar. Debugging is stinky. I said this the other day. Now that we have this, I'm never gonna get to build anything with this. I'm gonna spend the rest of my life fixing bugs and shit, and everyone else gets to have fun with it. We don't get the back end here, do we? Maybe we take ownership of the back end when we finish the thing. But then we don't have access to it outside of this. No, we can't do that. Okay, we have to... Oh, this is going to be very annoying. So I guess what we could do is this. We can make it look like this instead. That's a pretty breaking API. Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's what it was like for me as well, right? It's let's take a little detour and talk about programming, right? I think there's a little bit of confusion in the world of programming. I think everyone believes that they have to be as good as the best programmer they know of, otherwise, they are shit. I think there is something to that, right? Maybe not entirely. Maybe you shouldn't put it like that, but Rust is a more complex programming language, so it's going to have a steeper learning curve. I had that impression and experience too. And I had the same experience. Once I started programming it, I love programming again, and it's really fun. So when people talk about the merits of a programming language, I don't really care. Do I enjoy programming this thing or not? Right? It's like looking at statistics for the perfect something in your life, only to realize that it wasn't just about the data. It's not about like the performance, or it's not about the syntax or whatever it is, right? It's more esoteric than that. Do you like it? Yes. Keep doing it. Do you not like it? Well, keep doing it anyway. You're in too deep. And I agree with you, right? I think it's really a until you know the internals of a product and someone else doesn't, and the project exposes way too many internals and you have to explain them again and again. Shut up. Rust is a double-edged sword. It's amazing and enjoyable when it's going well. When it isn't, then I'll throw a machine out the window. Yes, but that is programming in general, right? What I think the fallacy is that there might be a case of gratification here, right? If you make a mistake in an interpreted language, your program might still run, so you still get to see your program run, even if it has a mistake in it. Whereas with Rust, you're not even getting that horse out of the box, right? It stays there until it compiles, right? So there's a difference, right? Sunk cost fallacy, right? Perfect. No, I think it's just I think we need to be kinder to ourselves, right? And that's not about German children. I think we really just have to be better at being okay with who we are and what we do, okay? Don't settle for mediocrity, okay? Strive for perfection, but settle for good, right? Because there's no such thing as perfection. Everyone makes mistakes all the time. But when it comes to Rust, it is a more difficult language to learn. And the fact that you get stuck on a compiler and you can't move past that is probably quite off-putting to a lot of people. I can see that. And it's all about them cool things, 9C. How do I strive for perfection if there's no such thing? That's a paradox. Yes, but you aim for something you're not going to achieve, right? Let me flip that in his head a little bit, right? You don't wake up in the morning and go, yes, another day to be mediocre. Heck yeah. I can't wait to disappoint everyone around me. Let's do it. Right? It's more like you approach the situation with a mindset that you're going to do better. Right? Not much of a beard anymore, do I? Right? You can't debug your way out of Rust because it won't compile to allow you to debug. There is that. If so, there are the issues or the things that really bothers me. Oh, this is gonna have to be a new version because we're moving the backend. The things that really bothers me though is gonna be more about how we Oh, shit, sorry. My brain was halfway through a sentence and then I started thinking about what I'm doing now. I'm going to have to go and update the guide. I'm going to have to update. I'm going to have to release a new version. All this just because I'm moving an argument. Oh. Not really, Simblade. I don't think it becomes easier. I think it's more that if you don't understand memory before you start with Rust, you will probably start to understand it, right? More, I would say it's kind of like from the other direction. Because Rust does the allocations for you and the free for you, so you learning about malloc and free and where memory sits in the grand scheme of things. I don't think that helps. I don't think you learn that through Rust. I think you might not learn that if you don't have the curiosity to do it, right? But now I'm just being a contrarian. You're too young to waste your life on that line of thinking, Skylar. It's still beta, you can do whatever you want. Oh, maybe, okay. Right. Yeah, I think you learned that with Seymour, right? So think about this though, Skylar. I'm not going to do anything about it. You're going to do something about it because it's your life. You have one life and you're going to decide how you want to live it, right? Right. We're going to go into life coach mode. Everyone quickly become vegans now while we do this. What did I eat? I ate a vegetarian pasta sauce the other day made with walnuts and it was really good. But anyway, so I'm shit as assembly, right? If you have a friend in your life and your friend keeps going on about how shit you are and how worthless you are and just constantly keeps dragging you down, you'd be like, friend, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. You're really bad and I need you to leave, right? So why should you accept that from your own internal monologue, right? Why would you accept that your own internal monologue is being like a shitty friend, okay? Focus on changing your internal monologue. Okay, life coach mode off. Let's do this now. All right, so we need to get the back end in here now. We don't have that one. The backend isn't even part of this thing. Oh, boo. I think if you're interested in assembly, looking at older assemblies is probably going to be you're probably going to have a better time with that. Like the old C64 and those kind of machines, right? Because they have an assembly that is very reduced in instruction set. Someone should make a reduced instruction set CPU, right? And they should call it less instructions. Okay, right. Okay, so let's pass in the back end to this. How's your Apple mashup going, Enrico? Are you winning, son? .652 ASM is really good to learn because it was designed to be programmed by a developer. Yeah, and that's like the C64. I think the A500 had a 6502 as well. Maybe the NES had one as well. It was a very popular CPU back then, right? Why is this thing not working? I mean, it clearly takes 2 arguments. And we are passing in 2 arguments here. Oh, the flipping closure. You twit. How did I say this should work? The backend is the second one, okay. Is it that easy to fix this? It was. All right, now we actually have to make this work, right? Apple hasn't had an innovative and exciting idea for the last 10 years, right? I think that the most revolution, the best products Apple has done was the iPod. That was really cool. I never had. Welcome to Discord, by the way. I never had the classic iPod, but we had one of those iPods. What were they called? It was basically an iPhone without the phone in it, and it was kind of shit. But the classic iPod was good. The iPhone 4 was probably like the pinnacle of what they did. The 6S Plus wasn't bad. And I liked the Air and the Pro back in 2013, but they haven't really done anything revolutionary since then. The headset was an idiotic thing. Who bought the Apple Vision thing? Who was that product for? Right? It's like seeing how much money can we get people to pay for our stuff, right? I feel like Apple, people who still buy Apple are probably doing it out of habit because they invest in the ecosystem. The first iPad mini was amazing. I bought 2 tablets that year. The Nexus 7, which had a dead touchscreen on half the screen, and the iPad mini, which just blew my mind how good that was. It was great for gaming and browsing and doing whatever, right? It was like the best thing they had. Then of course everything's now built for obsolescence, so right. But no, it was good. We're gonna make a runtime here. We're gonna have a runtime builder. So we're gonna do something kind of insane here, I think. We have to make a new runtime. So can we use the builder in here? All right, let's get the dock. And what do you want? The backend as well, okay. AMD or Intel? Well, it depends, right? I think AMD is now preferable to Intel. But that might change, right? Huh. We have to make a new document here. Am I in the wrong project? Yes, I am. All right, so let's just make a new document with some nonsense in it then. Builder. So we're just gonna finish the builder. Where are you? There you are. That probably needs... No, takes ownership of self. How do we do this one then? Yeah, you can't tell, right? I mean, I can afford to make my choices based on my beliefs and my moral compass, so I do that. That's not I can afford because I'm rich. It's I can take a performance hit if I want to because I predominantly build things in the terminal, right? AMD is fast enough. Not particularly that one. Store array. Should we just run this then, right? And then this thing will return an error. This is problematic though. So if this thing fails, then we have to break. So if this is okay, then we're just gonna continue. If this thing fails, then well, then we have to break. I guess we should panic if this thing fails. Yeah, I mean, the whole Intel shipping a bunch of dodgy CPUs, and then I don't know if they even refunded people or whatever. It's just like it's one of those things where you lose faith, and one day AMD will do something shitty, and then we do something else, right? Or we stop caring. I think this is what we do, which is a little bit insane. All right, and then we need the error template here. But this guy cannot have hot reloading here. If we were to trigger hot reloading, this thing has to break. This thing has to return on hot reloading, right? In general, yes. Oof. uh, that's when we have to fix it. But we are halfway there now, right? That's pretty good. You can use both. I could, but there is more noise if we did that. There's not really a big difference, right? You end up with this. And is it really that big of a deal to use single or double quotes here, right? It just makes this slightly more noisier, but I don't think there's any real value in it, right? Okay, we need to break this thing and disable hot reloading now. I'm gonna have to go and update all the documentation. God dang, I don't love this. Good documentation. But yes, to answer your question, I totally could. I don't know what that would even be like. But on Monday, I will probably do a bunch of AI programming for a little bit. About an hour into the stream. I am taking on a sponsor. I'm doing a sponsor segment. I'm not taking on a sponsor. I'm doing a sponsor segment on Monday. No, I don't think I can make fun of it and ever be invited to do a sponsorship again if I did, right? But the first thing I did when they contacted me and asked me if I wanted to do it, I said nothing. I took the company name and then I searched for them, followed by the word controversy, to see if they've done anything unethical or whatever. I couldn't find anything, so I looked at what they had and I said, okay, yep, I can do this. I won't say anything else until Monday now, right? You can ask, but I'm not gonna answer that. You guys have to tune in on Monday to see me do some stupid AI stuff, right? Okay, so where's the hot reloading now? This in the rebuild. That's gonna be the builder. Where's the builder? There we go, right? So where can we disable that, right? The only way we're gonna do that, Bonin, is by adding a new font, and I'm not gonna do that. I'll leave that as an exercise to you to implement CTCP. I have a lot of pocket lint already, Kayla, but if your pocket lint is kind of different, then maybe. Okay, so where's the... Can we break here if hot reload is not enabled? Okay, we need a file watcher first. So we should set the watcher if hot reload is done. So self dot hot reload. Or if self dot hot reload. No, we can do it this way. Where is this thing in use? We need to, yeah, here we go, right? Whoops. What the heck did I do? There we go. And then here, we're just going to pass in hot reload as a bool. Oh, that's... Should we maybe write it as hot reload instead? Okay. Brain fail. Nice. How will a font have with that? Because you can embed the images, the emotes in the font. Premium homegrown Australian pocket lint or Papple. You can't put all the Twitch emotes in a font. I mean, you can if you're diligent enough. There you go. Go look at this. Modprog made that. Pretty clever. Okay, so we have the hot reload thing there. Where is runtime tantrum? I haven't seen them in forever now. Okay, so we need to disable hot reload on the builder as well. So I'm gonna do event handler. Make sure not to forget to add some mechanism to stop the runtime. Would this enable the with frame function on runtime? Okay, so here we're gonna go, right? If self.hot reload do we do here? Is that sufficient? So then here, for our builder, right? It seemed to be a little bit jank, I have to say. And when we save it, okay, let's make that one work then. Now it's fine. But if we do this and we save it and we save it again, it sort of doesn't want to stay saved. How does that work? We don't have hot reloading on there, so... so okay, so this one will break with an okay. That's what this will do. And it will go and continue the loop. It wasn't going to be that easy, was it? Why was this almost so easy? That's just a fact. Okay. So we end up here. We got reloading enable, which means we're gonna trigger the thing that will break. Okay, let's debug. But why is this okay? I mean, if we break it, what am I missing here? And this thing is also broken. Builder 188, start error runtime. Okay, that's fine. So this one here has to return an error. Right, so we are not taking a template error anymore. Or should we do this only for template errors, maybe? I guess this one isn't really an issue, is it? So we should just return from here. Runtime. All right. Fine then. Yep, that's good. And this thing should not work on any hot reloading, but rather you have to restart it because you're trying to start this with a broken template. I guess what we could do is okay. Show error. All right, it's tea time. Okay, we're waiting for the tea. All right, it's tea time. Tea time, tea time. All right. We've got 3 minutes until the tea's ready. And then we can breathe easy with the tea. I want to do something fun. Do you guys remember fun? Do you remember when things were fun? No. No, we don't. All right. So how do we do this then, right? What is fun? It could be a keyword for making a function, maybe. That's what it could be. I don't know. I don't know anymore. 1:30. So what do we do here? If we have an error here, we should probably just like restart the whole thing. So we should do this in a loop. All right, this is where insanity will prevail, right? And then here we show the error. And if it's okay, then we continue. If it's... Oh, shit. Wait, it's going to be the document here. Yeah, this doesn't work. All right. Ooh, that's some straight up delicious cheap ass tea. Mmm. Okay. So we need to rebuild the document if this thing fails, right? So how does this work then? Tea is good. Tea makes everything better. See here, we already have the document. So I guess we just break if that happens, okay? So no looping to go on here. Rather, we just break this if you start off with a broken template. There's no hot reloading to be had then. So there's nothing to do there other than to break it. But if you break it when it's running, we could... Two bug fixes isn't a bad life after all. Oh, Doddy. Doddy, Doddy, Doddy. Yep, that's what you're seeing here. But I kind of want this to work though. We're halfway there. So right now, if I run this and I update this thing to fix it, it doesn't fix the... It doesn't restart it, right? How do we do that? It's gonna have to do with the document, right? This template here needs to reload on a file change, right? If hot reloading is supported, of course. Wait, what? This is the wrong thing I'm looking at, isn't it? Where's the document? Oh, but the document should be broken before this, shouldn't it? No, because we're calling document compile. Ah, that's why. That's why the document is the way it is. Okay, let's look at the reload thing. Then maybe we are not so far away. After all. Ugh, what a boring song. Okay, what is self here? It's the thing, right? Hello, Cosmo, how you going? The problem is that this happens on the instance. Is this guy that will fail? And that could be an artifact of having this happen on the new function. Doing all right. Doing all right. I've had my daily coffee already. I can't tell whether it's doing anything or not to drink the coffee, but no harm is being done so far, so... So we really have to do this before... Okay, we can do this before we start the runtime. We can compile the document and show the error then. Okay, so we're walking this backwards now. So we show the error if we fail to compile, right? Where is it now? Here. So we can do a document.compile. That wouldn't take ownership, would it? No. And this is where we have to check this, right? So we're gonna pass in. There's nothing else that can fail in here. It's just a compilation of the document. That is correct. So then you are no longer doing that. Instead, you're going to get the blueprint and the globals as an input. And then we're doing the compilation here. We're not doing that. Ah, there we go. Then this is just this. And this is here. So this just becomes a match on this. Okay. We have to recompile the document though. We do this in a loop before we even deal with the watcher there. And we should be good now. Should be good. We're obviously not going to continue there. That would be insane. What's the gripe here? What do you return? What the hell is this? An error? What error are you? Oh shit, you are a template error. Okay, right, you dingus. You were right. You just need to get rid of this. There we go. And that is a template error. Well, no, there is only this. There is no second branch, you fool. There we go. It's not even that long since I wrote this, right? It was this year. Some of this is a little bit older, maybe. Okay, the error doc can go. We don't need that anymore. So after the document, don't need that. There we go. Even better, right? Okay, so if we run this now, can we do this in a... Oh, you what? Comjonant. Damn these comjonants, right? Why is that not working? Okay. How do we get that thing to restart then? Do we have to tell the document to reload? Okay, let's look at the reload code here. Reload templates. Okay, cool. Thank you, brain hole. There's a hole where my brain's supposed to be. Stop it. Stop working. Break. Damn it. You're supposed to unbreak. We are so close to having this. Why are you making my life difficult past me? You shit. And you know it. That's breakpoint. Everything is better with breakpoint. Buff. Builder. Loop. Here. Different name. Whoa. Okay, extra whoa. No name for you. Okay, and then of course I didn't break the template. Now we broke the template. Of course this doesn't work. We need to know when that has changed, right? So here we need to monitor a file. Oh, there's a lot going on here. This is in a different builder though. That's not gonna work. This watcher need to watch the parent templates, right? So first of all, we don't have hot reloading here. But we should get the document that we monitor. So this document here needs to be monitored for change, right? Okay. Yeah, that doesn't work though, does it? You know what? It does. Can we do this? Of course we can. Until we can't. But now we can. So we are going to monitor that one. How do we do that? Oh, this is some kind of new level of crazy, isn't it? Okay, can we see what happens here? Nothing. Okay, cool. Because we're not monitoring the template. We need to write a different thing in here. All right, let's do this. It doesn't have to be static even. Well, it can be a cell of a bool, whatever, right? It doesn't matter. Could we do something like let's look at the monitoring function for this before we go nuts with this. And we're gonna do the reload here. Yes, that's what we're gonna do. And we will run this until this one is triggered. So we have to copy what's inside run here and put that in here instead as a block. Hang on, that's gonna be insane, isn't it? To some degree. Don't care about that. We do care about this. Yeah, okay, you can't just dump a bunch of code somewhere and expect it to compile, right? Mismatch types. No? What do you want? You don't want that. That's what you don't want. Okay, so we're gonna take it. We don't care about the tab index. And then we're gonna run a loop in here for as long as this stop is false. We need this to compile. Oh yeah. Ugh, are we using this template error somewhere? There we go. Because we just need to tick. We do need to present and clean up. Do we need to clear the backend maybe? I think we do, otherwise we're going to get some residual stuff in there. Okay, that's all we need from there. Meow. That's what I say. Meow. All right. Okay, now we have to create a file watcher. Actually, that has to be static. We need ordering if we're gonna read an atomic. Slow, not running down. Okay, so now we just have to make a file watcher. And that will change that. And we should be done. Ah, what a beautiful mess you have made for yourself here. La 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 la, bullshit. Okay. Where is the document? How do we watch the document? That happens here. Instead of reading all this stuff, we're just gonna go straight to here and dump that in here. There's no self there, is there? Why can't you import that, you ghoul? All right, let's have a look. Okay. Idiots, learn to read. Are we done? I actually thought this was gonna work. Well, it's time to debug. How you doing, Pokeboy? Sorry I never got around to answer your question. About the tree. Did you ever solve it? Oh. Idiot. Okay, still have to debug this. Why is this not? Hmm. I can have a look at it once I've solved this problem. Maybe I can try to understand what you want to do a little bit better as well, right? Open up your eager eyes. Damn, this isn't working. Damn you, Mr. Bright Eyes. Mr. Brightside. Right. Okay, let's look at what we're actually watching here. There is the index, right? But it's not happening. No, we're never getting here. Why are we never getting there? What fresh heck is this? Why are you doing this to me, Watcher? The IRC Twitch connection says 80. Does anyone want to debug this thing? I wish. I wish it did. I don't think we ever get here, right? No. Why not? Start a bug bounty program. All right. So if we base the amount of money we can pay to fix a bug as a percentage of the amount of money I make building this thing, then we begin, right? You can get quite a good percentage of how much I make from building this, okay? So go bug hunting, please. Insane music. This is clearly working. And this happens after this. Do we need to start the watcher somehow? So when we call set watcher, this does the same thing. And the only thing we do here is just hang on to the watcher so it's not dropped. That makes sense, Perkins. You shouldn't feel bad about that. There's a lot of really basic computing stuff that I've never done in my 900 years as a programmer. It's good to explore. As a child, I cared very little for the algorithmic stuff. Now, as a supposed adult, I still don't care, but I pretend to. Okay, let's do this then. If we stop this, then we break. There's no difference here. There is. What's the issue there? Well, here we should just break. Once I solve this, I'll have a quick look. But I don't understand why the watcher isn't watching. So that is happening. Oh, hello. Recursive error display. That should be false. Do we ever get there? How are they recursive? Oh my god, you imbecile. That's still freaking broken. How is it broken? Why is the file notifier not notifying? What is it wrong? What's wrong here, right? This is just, I'm just losing my freaking marbles over this. We still never get here. This never happens. No event is triggered. Why is that not happening? It's the same code as for the other watcher, right? Uh, we are doing things recursively. Maybe that's why. Oh shit. Yeah, we are. Yeah. We're doing things recursively. Hang on to your sockets. This will make sense. So we should only do this if hot reloading is true at all, right? So if we have disabled hot reloading, we shouldn't even do this there, right? We're just gonna nope away from that. Which isn't quite right to do, but we can try it out. Where are you, you fidget widget? Here. We could just start a... Well, we should never end up in here. We should only end up in this function once. So we can try that. This thing should only be called once. So no, we're not setting it twice. Maybe... Yeah. On show error, do we create a brand new runtime? We do. And we have disabled hot loading there. Wait a second. I know what the issue is. Ah, oh, you idiot. Oh, you simpleton. Let me fix it for you. Fixed. You fool. Oh, beauty. Oh. Oh, it always is. Everything is easy when you know how. And then we have to store this at the end of this. Ain't that a beauty, huh? Nice. You gotta laugh. I have it on a post-it here. It says laugh it off. Well, you can't see because it's not in focus, but it says laugh it off. And don't take it too serious. I gotta remind myself of these things, otherwise I go crazy. I agree, Scott. I usually say that too. All right, we have hot reloading, but that means I've made quite a big change though. For this, so we're gonna have to update the guide. Oh, okay. Let's go to. Let's make a change somewhere. Okay, so if I run this now, it's fine, and then I break it, and then it's fine, and then I break it. It's not bad, is it? Huh? Okay. So there is one thing that should be done, but I'm not gonna do it now. Butt dial and now butt type. I don't care what it says, Skylar. I just care that we can actually get the error messages now. And you can fix them while it's running. So now the next thing to do here is go to the guide. We need to have a dev branch for this. Okay, so we have now made a pretty decent sized change when it comes to runtime builder. Yeah, so when we call finish, that's what we're gonna fix, right? This one now takes a backend. Was it only in 2 places? Okay. Okay. So here's the thing. We're gonna release another version now, annoyingly. So what is it that has changed here? Well, first of all, I doubt any tests will work now. So now I have to go through and fix all the tests. You know, we do this one at a time. The forever version. We're on 0.2.1 now, so we're going to go into 0.2.2. And it's really annoying to do a release so far. Okay, that's tab index. Wait, what? Tab index 189. Oh, right. Oh, this is gonna be a chore. Don't forget release notes. As there should be some changes soon. Need to generate that as well. Nested collection. Tab index again. How many of these suckers did I write? Way too many, apparently. Okay, let's just go through them. That one's right. That one's not. That one is. That one is. It makes sense, Scott. Everything does. All the examples are gonna be wrong. I don't think we need that one there. Come on, backhand. Don't you want this thing to work? Yes, I do. Then stop messing around. Learn to spell backhand. Mount. Unmount. State change. Bad music, change that. Okay. No. What's wrong here? That's wrong. Woof. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Okay. Right. Paper Sway. I've not seen that. Okay. I think in all my excitement that I goofed something up. Remove this mute. Okay. Runtime error. No, that's the... Yeah. Oh, you goof. Runtime. Oh, runtime error. There we go. And mod 70. Oh. Paper window manager like sliding window for i3 are cool. Oh, there we go. So that means we have 2 merge requests now that we have to do. One here into dev. And one for the guide. Into main. But this one won't be merged until this one is done. And then we're gonna merge dev with main, bump the versions. No, you stupid asshole. You need to bump the version of dev first, then merge that with main. Poof. Wow. All right, so this one is fine. Merge into dev, confirm, delete branch, git switch to dev, pull this. Now we need to bump the version. And here's the question. Will this work? If we cat the toml file here, we can see the version is 0.2.1. If we now go to cargo workspace, publish. No, this is, can we do cargo workspace version maybe? Branch. Oh, can we get the, no, that's the wrong one. We're looking for cargo workspace. Okay, then let me think on that one. I'm not entirely sure. I know what you mean though. Okay, where is the... Oh, come on. I know that. Where's the thing? All right, let's go to crates.io then. All right, there's a... Is this the wrong one? Is it plural? Yeah. Oh my goodness. This is what we're interested in. I don't want to do that. We could do git remote dev. What? Git remote. Allow branch dev. Okay. Okay, hopefully this will work now. Right, so if we go here, we should now have this 2.2 tag. And this tag should now have a new version for anything we open here. That's not even the right version. What the actual flip? I'm on the main branch, you idiots. Grab any of these. Look at the toml file. Okay, I picked the one project that doesn't have any dependencies on anything else. That says 0.2.1. That's 0.2.2. Everything else is 0.2.1. How does that work? All right. How is this working when clearly everything should be 0.2.2, especially, or at least, the runtime? Why? Because this is going to be published as a different version now. Is this under the tag? No. Ugh, I don't know how this works. This version bump is just silly then. I don't want to go through and do this manually every time. It's such a pain. I like that it's tagging it, but why aren't these ones being updated? Okay. I'm gonna see what he used. Cargo release. Let's look at that one instead then. Let's see what cargo release does. Cargo release. So 4,200, no, 422,000. And workspaces have 185,000. So maybe this is more active then. Okay. Oh, it has a dry run as well. Okay, should we try this instead? Cargo release. Let's do a cargo uninstall. Cargo workspaces. Okay, and then we do cargo in. Whoops. Install cargo release. All right, so we should probably go and delete this tag that was made here. Oh man, it definitely gave me plenty of things to work with. Yeah, thank you for making me do this for every single package as well. Oh my god. So, how are you doing? What are you up to? How's your day going? Talk to me, okay? You're not wrong, Doddy. Okay. There are no releases either. Cool. Let's check the branches. All right. I think we're looking pretty snazzy now. Okay, we can do a dry run. Let's do a cargo release. What does a level do here? Okay, so we should do, where's the, is there like a dry run here? It's the default. So cargo release workspace should do nothing for us now. So which branch are we on? Dev. Pull. Cargo release workspace. Is it workspace? Yes. So this shouldn't do a release now because it says it does a dry run by default. Come on. Whoopsie. Okay. tag to, or it exists locally maybe. Okay, these aren't required, but we can update these. That's all right. Question is, did it make the changes now? So if we look at something like the runtime toml file, nope, everything is still 0.2.1. Okay. Let's see if this works. We're gonna grab the error. So we need documentation, homepage, and repository for all of these things, apparently. Documentation, homepage, and what was the last one? And repo. So this is what we're gonna have for every package then. Okay, then we might as well just edit all the cargo toml files, grab documentation and what blah blah blah, and just whack it in there. Ooh, Nelly. And we're gonna delete the local tag as well. We're still on dev, yeah. We don't have any tags that we care about, right? So we can say for tag in git tag, and then git tag -d tag, all right? What is it that we added? We added the fields for documentation, homepage, and repository. Okay. Cargo release workspace. Let's see this now. Okay, it didn't gripe at me there. But it hasn't updated any of my toml files, has it? No, all of these are still saying 0.2.1. Except this guy. What if we change these then? Did you make a bunch of tags now for me as well, program? No. All right, what does it say? Mierda, come on, man. Right. But That's the whole point of a tool like this, that you will go and update the versions, right? Okay, so let's do this then. Let's set you to 1 and all of these to 1. So no one is really using this yet. So doing this release isn't too bad if we goof it up. We'll fix this. Just smush it. Okay, now will this thing, can this thing just bump the version? What does this mean? And what's the default? How workspace dependencies on this crate should be handled. Should it be handled, not handed? How's it going, Scott? Good crab there, Privan. Okay. Are these the defaults? Here we go. Push the branch and the tags. Default is true. Default is origin. Ensure all crates with shared version are the same version. Maybe we may also be a string to create names. Okay, so maybe shared version should be true then. So we should cargo publish. Now cargo release workspace. Shared version is true. Oh, beans. Do we need a config? Is that what a config file is, right? So we can use, when was this added to cargo? When could you add like custom things to cargo? That's a shared version. Yeah, shared version. Okay, so it says everything is 0.2 here. Except nothing here is 0.2. This thing is 0.2. That should not be 0.2. Mierda! Why? Ooh. This won't work. Should probably not force push once we start getting the releases going now. Yes, 0.2.1 is released, but your job is to bump the version. Why aren't you bumping the version? Okay, you ghoul. Okay, how do we get it to bump the version? What is if we are in path dependency versions within the workspace? What is fix? On what is upgrade? Okay, let's set the dependent version to upgrade then. Dependent version. Like that, alright? Hello, Maniac, how you going? Okay, so if we set the previous version to 0.2.1 and then cargo release workspace. Yeah, that's why I set the previous version to that. Damn. So this is packaging everything, but does it modify this? It doesn't. All right, I just want you to push something to GitHub now. All right, get me a tag or something. Stop being a dingus. I just want to see some tags or something in here. All right, so if we don't specify the version and we do this. But will it update our cargo toml? I guess we're just gonna have to find out. How's it going? I'm going a little bit insane trying to figure out if this thing will upgrade my version or not, and I can't see it in here or not, right? We need like a bump. Okay, so I just want to do this. Okay, so we can do cargo release version. Cargo release workspace. Version. Okay. Cargo release option. Or cargo release step. So cargo release version, right? Oh, 0.2.2 workspace. Okay, so the option happens after. Okay, git tag, nothing. Git diff, nothing. Okay, let's try to do this then. It doesn't do anything. Very Perkins. Okay. Okay, what if we don't make this a dry run? What if we do cargo version dash X. Can we do this now? Okay, we change this to 1 and this to 1. Okay, that was something in there. Okay, not that. Ooh, Nelly. Hello, C3, how you doing? Okay. Is this gonna work? Let's see if this works now. Okay. Yes, I do want to do that. And now that has happened there. Is it actually working? Oh, this is great. This is actually working. Oh, you beautiful basket. Okay, so we actually have something that works then. All right, which branch are we on? We're on there. We're going to merge this with main though. Well, first we have to add this. And then we push that. Oof, okay. We're almost there. eGUI database view. That sounds really fun. Okay. Yeah, he does. But first, this has to turn green. 1 pass, 3 to go. 2. The other ones should pass if those 2 passes, right? Nice. Ooh, right. Let's pull. Do we have to? All right. They should be all up to date now. Okay, we should be able to release now. So if we do a cargo release. All right, here we go. We are not going to update the guide until this is finished, right? Making progress is good. I made progress once. Just once, yep. It was too much work, so I had to stop doing it. We're almost there. We are almost there. There are still traces of insanity, Maniac. Oh, don't ask that question, C3. The answer's never going to be good. I'm doing great, though. I'm currently releasing this, and I think we just did. No tags. I'm okay with that. All right. Then we're going to merge this. Well, we have now released a new version into the wild. Oh, time to feel empty and unhappy again. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Yeah. That was another one dealt with. I think we're going to open up issues here soon. We need to modify a contributing file here maybe before we do anything. That's fine enough. I don't want to automate the release process based on some kind of tagging scheme. Instead, I have a tool for releasing, which is doing a lot of the stuff for us, but it's not going wild. This was done with cargo release. I have not manually sat there and released every crate. That would be insane. And I did that the first time, right? Which graph? This graph? That, look at this, like 5, 2. Is people actually... Wait, I don't know what I'm looking at. What is... What am I looking at here? These are all from like indexing yeah, scanners, right? So if you go to things like libs.rs, right? That's still on 0.2.1. However you choose to interpret that, Maniac, you can't go wrong, though, so I think you're fine. 1 minute ago. Okay, this is rubbish. We need a better readme. But now the question is, do we add functions or not? Well, I have to make the introduction to this. We'll add a video series to this, and we'll link to that in the README. This is kind of bad. We should probably... this is too long, almost. Maybe we should include this example. All right, now we have to make sure that this is correct. It is correct. But to be extra sure, let's grab this code here. Let's just copy the code and run it and make sure that it actually runs. But this, I'm very happy about this. Very happy about that. Yeah, I should do something. It's so nice to have that, right? But now we need two things: food and but now I want to make arrows because now they're so nice, right? While you are building things, you can observe the beauty of your arrows, right? And I think that's incredibly useful, right? So let's say that you break this thing. Although that one's... There's nothing wrong with having a missing widget, I suppose. What a change. I don't know, right? But that was easy enough to do. What do we do next? Skylar's shouting some nonsense. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's using this yet though, Maniac. I gotta get that going. I'm so sluggish, right? I added that today, Skylar. Um, it is actually not supposed to trigger on your message there, but that's a happy little side effect. Hello, Wyra, how you doing? Oh no, you can write that as long as you write other words, Skylar. Happy to hear it. All right, we don't have like a changes file yet. We're missing that. Oh no, we do. 2 years ago. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, let's just modify the changes file. I think. We'll start it off. Dev. There we go. Files. She said file. How do you switch screens? Like, oh yeah, let's talk about that. Someone has actually, what causes the nonsense? If someone writes something all uppercase, Caleb. If someone writes like shouty, just because it makes it so noisy on the screen. You guys can go noisy if you want to, but that's what it is. That's what's doing it. That makes sense. Let's merge this into main. Apparently not. There you go, Caleb. What's the difference though, Maniac? Freeman is not number one anymore. What's that noise? On Thursday, okay. No problem. Once I implement functions, are we done with the core functionality then? .1% Python. uh, that's a good question. Where's the Python coming from? Maybe it's in here. No. Oh, that's what it is. All right. We have, well, there's a pretty printer for GDB when you're printing out certain values. So it's a GDB thing. Yeah, it's the debugger. So when you go to print out a value in the debugger, if you don't have this pretty printer, it's just going to show you some arbitrary number. But with this thing there, we can actually break the value into its type information and its generation and stuff, right? Yeah, but we should all look at the Python code. It's like a wild Python code just appeared. And what's going on, right? It's kind of exciting. We're all sitting here in our like little Rust villas. I don't know what that means. Ain't nobody living in villas. Yeah, we need a better readme. But should we do functions next? Because functions would be pretty good. All right, let's look at what we have here, right? This this is gonna be quite a big thing, though, right? Tried 3 times so far. That's why Marvin can't look at it. Sorry, Marvin. Maniac took your tokens. And Wairu. There is Caleb. Oh, you didn't see that. Let me show you. Let's do this. Whoops. Can't have mouse support and that, right? Hi. There. And then if we go into the template and we break it, right? It says break it. And then we fix it. And we can keep drawing. Now we even have a quit button that didn't used to exist. We should probably do this. So when you do something and you quit, it just goes back, right? Oh, the old screen doesn't. Oh yeah, the reason the old screen is not going to do its job here, like this, okay? And you end up back to where you left, right? Shouldn't quit redraw. No, quits the application. Clear does the redraw, right? Whoop. Yeah, but the functions, right? That's a bug. Look at that. It's not showing there. But it has to be the last thing, right? Functions has to be the last thing now. Yes. Yeah, this has to be that like the last feature that we add before anything else. And this might become a really big feature. I don't know. So let's go to templates. And let's look at parsing. Let's see. Are functions expressions? Yes, they would be, right? Okay, so we already have function call parsing. What does this do? Yeah, that's an index lookup. So what is that expression? Oh, Cerberus, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Tella is bloat. How is your stream? Oh, wow, really? Holy shit, this is already interpreted as a function? This is already interpreted as a function. That's really good. Wait, you made it exit in a separate thread, Satan? I don't understand. Got a lot of stuff done. Wow. I just released this and now my brain is a bit cooked, but we're talking about implementing functions. And that's going to be a whole thing. So we have two args here, and when the function looks like this thing should effectively become the first arg. We already have function definitions, as you can see here. It's now going to be function calls. So when the function is... Well, okay. Oh, right. Sorry. I understand what you mean now, Caleb. Yes. Well, you don't get to define functions because this is not a programming language. Now, but we can have function tables for lookups. So we can execute functions, but you can't define functions. Actually, that's not true. We can add custom functions. That's reasonably simple to do. But the question is, how are we going to interpret this, right? So we have to take the first part of this and break this up into... So this has to translate to something like this, yeah? No, you can't define functions in a markup language, right? That wouldn't work. That would make the language a reactive programming language, and I do not have that much time left in me to start that, right? I'm done. I'm cooked. Maybe, yeah. But if we do it this way, now I never. Is this going to be okay? Because you can't define a function. Why does the caller need to be the first arg context of the caller? I mean, that's like a very common programming. What do you call it? It's a common thing to do in language design, right? In when you make programming languages, to make the caller the first argument, right? Oh, it's not Rust, Cerberus. It's AML. That's not a programming language. Like this thing here. The thing that does all this, right? That draws all this nonsense, right? That's not a programming language, right? That looks like this. That's our entire drawing application. It just looks like this. That makes sense though, right? Paradigm. Maybe that's the right word. I don't know. Is that usually for methods that pass in the instance? Yeah, but that means that we can call a function on a value. If we just have functions, then that's a different story, right? So we have, oh man, we're not even working on input components. We just released this. I'm so tired. I'm like, I need to eat food, man. All right, I'm gonna fix this now. I'm gonna fix this. Hang on to your sockets. Oh, now the error should start happening here. Let's just reset this. Oh, yeah, of course. Whoops. There we go. Oof. A meal in the shower would be nice. All right, have a good one, Sebros. Enjoy. Thank you for the raid again. We could simplify our lives by not really caring about this part. So you can't call functions on values. We could make that happen later. But how will this work in a reactive context, though? That one I am a little bit concerned about. You know what, Bean Juice? You're right. Well, I think maybe we just have functions without. I think maybe we just have functions and no methods, right? And the functions will be global, and we just have a few of them. We can always extend the functions later, can't we? So we don't really. So this thing is not a thing. But how should function calls be resolved? We need a function table, right? So when we go to resolve a value, we pass in a table of functions, right? Things like toStir and all that jazz, right? And that'll be the key. Beautiful key. And then this will be a dynamic function that we will execute on that, right? Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Caleb. But I think maybe we'll skip this part for now and just do that. So right now, if you try to run a function, let's just get this working again. And let's add a function call to this. Let's say we have a function called add. All right, we get a not implemented here. So it's going to be down to the value resolver. I don't even there to tell you that this might not be slow. This might be quick to do. I'm so hungry that I doubt that's going to happen. Okay, so we have an expression call here. This is probably what is flaking out, right? We have the function name and we have the argument here. So first we have to resolve the function name. Okay, resolve. I am so... Okay, so can we get there? Yeah. So what is it that we're actually getting here? I think this should just be the name of the function now, right? We do this in piecemeal. It's null. Okay, so why is it that we're resolving here? What is it? Let's do that before. Maybe that's just a string. Yeah, it's an ident. Okay, so then this thing has to be an ident, otherwise we don't care, right? So let the function equal so this will look up function. Everything else is sort of not right. We'll deal with, so this if we want to have uniform function calls, right? So for now, we're just going to return I think we just return a null here. Are there never any null returns from here? Yeah, we can just return a null. Yeah. Okay, so here we need to not self, but there's something else we need here. Okay, so we resolve the arguments here, and that should be. Come on, brain. Wait, what are you so mad at me for, computer? That's why. No. Hang on. You are a boxed expression. Follow the derefs. Oh my god. All right, and then same thing here. Ah, shit on it. This is a bit. Yeah, I mean, it is just syntactical sugar, right? But I don't have the brain energy to think that far right now. I just realized that resolving this has to be done on a per argument basis, right? So args will be a vec of that, right? Uh, I feel a little bit grossed out by this. There's our two arguments then. So when we look up a function based on fun, and we have a resolve context. So let's start walking backwards from this resolver context. So we're going to have a function table here. That means we need a function table here. Which now means we have to pass in a function table from our context. And luckily, this is what makes this actually usable, this project. Well, we don't know what a function table looks like just yet. We just know that it looks. We're going to be very cautious with how we allow this to work. Yeah, I'm very hungry. I wonder if I can just go and grab something to eat quickly. Because I'm literally dizzy from hunger here, right? And figuratively too. Very funny. All right, so this thing's gonna have a new function table. So layout new takes a function table as its input. It already does. That's a win. But self doesn't have a function table, so we're gonna know who you are. You are the runtime, okay. And then the function table comes from the builder. Well, not quite. You can't. You can't. You have to get rid of these two. So this is a let else statement. So you have that should be if let or let else. So it's not quite right. It should be let here. That should be replaced with let or if let. Oh man, I'm so dizzy. I'm gonna go and eat some food shortly. I am entirely just resting on the compiler at this point. The runtime has no function table. No, you don't, but you will do when I add one. There. Okay, so we have a function table done. Okay. Right. Now the question is, who owns the function table? Maybe this guy owns the function table, right? I don't even know what we're gonna pass in there yet. It's gonna be what args are. So a vec of value expressions. Oh, poor full wave. All right, now we're gonna make this compile. So we're gonna change the type of the function table elsewhere. Again, I'm so happy I can just be completely brain dead while I'm doing this. Whoever said that Rust was hard, man? This is easy. I just follow the compile errors. I don't even have to write this down, right? Ooh. I think if I manage to implement function calling in this state. Fuck. I have to move it. Okay. No. Oh, right. What is this? Runtime. New. Easy. I can like slowly dying over here. Nice. Okay. Do we have some kind of context here? Yeah. The only reason I'm doing this is because I want this to generate the function for me and I don't want it to pass a stupid ass reference. Now I can get rid of this. Ugh. Why? Why can't I do that? We don't have trait aliases yet, do we? Nope. Blech. Okay. What a beautiful type. Okay, let's just do this. Okay, come on, brain. If delusional me can do it, yeah, totes, man. It's like... And now we're gonna go nuts with the type system here. So we're gonna import into function from for t where t is an FN fruit basket. Uh, oh no, I'm missing the function. Okay. Oh, man. I don't want to write function everywhere, man. It's a lot of work. So we just do this instead. Come on, man. Okay, now that's an option function here. Oof, oof. Wait, what? No, what do you want? Box dine. Oh my god. What? What are you sending me, man? Shut up. Let me fall into the K. Alright, we're almost there. Oh. Okay. Halfway there. Oh, but no. Oh. We're not quite there. This was the easy part. My. Call or invoke? What do you feel? What do you think? No. Damn. Why am I so stretched out? Caleb. Okay. We need a value expression that is a function. There is a note here somewhere. Filthy unwraps all over this function. Okay. What's a value expression? There's a word here somewhere, a sentence I'm looking for. That is what I'm looking for. Look at this. Are these copy? No. But you know what? You know bloody well what? I think this is okay, right? We'll have an ident for the function. Okay, this is a little bit sketchy. And then we have the args here. And this is where it's going to get Sketchmaster 5000. Is this going to be okay? So this is the invocation, right? And that's not what I've been doing. All right, I've been doing the wrong thing. We need to return a value expression that is the invocation. So this is we don't need this function lookup bullshit. I mean, we do, but we don't need the function. Thank you for the follow. We do need args though. So it's a value expression. Oh, we could borrow a function pointer. Not ident, is it? It is ident. Can we borrow the function pointer maybe? No, we could if we change the lifetime. And I think I'd rather do that because why wouldn't you? Is this thing? Okay, yeah. Wow. Sure. How annoying that I have to do this when I don't have the brain space for it. Why is this fuck? Come on, Ross. So just shit out. A fun pointer. Right, and this is where things have now hit the fan. But this is another beautiful part about Rust. Do you think lifetimes are difficult? Just do this. And delete everything. Wrong button, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. We do this, this will fail, and now we just go through and fix it. It might not live long enough. Why? Because function table has the wrong lifetime. Okay. Okay, what's that? All right. Well, it doesn't have long enough lifetime. Okay, let's fix it. All right. What are you griping about? This resolve thing. What's the problem here? We have that there. Okay. There you go. Now we just have to go back up to whoever gave us that. Where are you? I'm in the wrong project, aren't I? I'm in the wrong project. Don't worry, I'll get there. Ooh, look at that. This one has the wrong function table. No, stop badgering me. I know this. Alright. I know this. Alright, there it is. I mean, I say I know this and then I don't fix it. All we have to do is just come fix it, alright? Easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That's making a new builder, yeah. We almost have it, right? Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. See, it's working now. If you didn't follow along at home, then I'll help you. Sorry. No, it was supposed to be a joke, but it wasn't funny. And then here we are. Oh, you grody asshole. Sorry. This. What do we put here? All right, let's continue though. So we've gone through the intermediate one. We now have a function call. This will give us this error here. Why aren't you erroring out? Because the function doesn't exist, so it returns null. All right, so we need a function to exist. Let's add some functions then, shall we? We have the add that like functions. Where's the function table? There's a new function here. Okay, let's do this, right? Let's have a words have fallen out of my brain. I'm so hungry. Ah. What do I need here? We need to look up a function. So we need it to be a function. I'm going to make a function called add. Okay. All right. So let's do this. All right. Horrible music. Get out of here. Okay. So then we can add here. Yeah. Why are you not working? Ah. Okay then. Yeah. Yeah, I will have a look at it in a bit. I don't know if my brain is working enough. Okay, now we go to expressions 287. Okay, so here we have to invoke this thing, right? Wait, what are you telling me, error message that I don't read? Oh. Idiot. All right. Okay. Self dot inner args. No. Come on, hands. Ah, don't make me think. We have a function call. Okay, we're not there yet though. Don't get excited. This was the easy part. Okay, easy part is done. Here comes the hard mode. This is the Elden Ring of programming, because this is supposed to invoke a function and return something. That means that a function invocation needs to return whatever you want, which is a value kind. No, maybe. Yeah, it's a value kind. Okay, hot cakes. Oh, this is one. I'm gonna have such a stream hangover after this. Why is there number 2 there? Okay, you know what? Buy number 2. Don't make that joke. I know you want to. Okay, so this is gonna be a value kind. Have the same lifetime. Okay, so to do an add, we're gonna take if args.len is not equal to 2, then we're gonna return value kind nil. I think null is what we really want. Oh, damn you and your lifetimes. Okay, because we have a reference there. Okay, don't be harsh on the old Rust. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Value kind. Now we have this thing here. I'll be with you shortly, good sir. Pockets. Okay, we'll do that. They just have to have the same life. That's very easy, right? Borrow from here to here, or share borrowed from here to here. It's not complicated. All right, you have to return a value kind, but now we need a lifetime here. Okay. So now it gets a little bit more difficult because we have a reference there and there, right? So what lifetime are we going to put here? Well, we can say yes. That's exactly what it is, Skylar. HRTB is higher rank trait bounds. It's the one thing when you get there with Rust, that's when you're gonna start asking questions, okay? The hell is this? We need all of this. This is why I have a type for this. I don't want to write this out. What do I look? like I can write to you. Uh, okay. All right. What a god, right? Thank you. Thank you, Caleb. All right. We're just gonna do this the lazy way. Wait, can we just call to int on these things? Kind. What the hell is a value expression anyway? Where do you come from, value expression? Tell me. Oh shit. No. No, no, no. It can't be like this. Ah, this is why my brain is imploding now. Because we have to resolve these. And what do we get when we resolve them? We get value kinds, right? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, let's look at either. Either has the same predicament, right? Demented. I'm a demented goose. Uh we'll get there. I'm a demented goose. I miss Sean Locke. Damn, that dude was an ace. Okay, well, either. It's just two value expressions. Okay, we're good then. Here, this is where it differs. Okay, I found you. I found you, you little sausage. What is this function we're in? Resolve value. Is this a selfish function? No. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. No, it's just resolve value. What do you want? All right, I put the arcs in backwards. Okay, okay. What's a list? What's a list here? Value kind. It's value kind in and value kind out, if you would be so kind as to know that. Wow, I got loads of messages here. Yeah, I'll catch up with all of you once I'm out of this, whatever this is. Okay, look at this now. Bex. and these are the new args. And that takes a value kind. Oh man, I'm just too excited now. This will be my crowning achievement if I get this to work. Not because this is hard, but because the circumstances makes me special. Fuck, what have I done now? Oh, mate. We're gonna go all out here now, okay? We're gonna go all out. You know what? Let's not do that here. Fun projects, Rust. How much of this is on autopilot? That is what I want working. Come on, man. Ah, it's not cheese. Thank you. Oh shit. Okay, hang on. What a detour. What a freaking detour. That's almost correct. It's almost correct. Mm. Okay. Okay. Right. This is it now, right? Now this is the one that we're missing. If we get this working, that means we have reactive function invocation, right? Okay. Right now it doesn't compile at all. This is fucked. So let's just do this. Explicit panic. You know what? I don't care about your explicit panic. I can deal. Oh, tell me where. Functions 59. I've already forgotten what I was doing. Oh, right. What are you then? A value kind as int. Yeah. Okay, hang on. We're almost there. It's like when you're trying to read and you're drunk. I don't know if you guys remember what that's like, but this is definitely having an interesting impact. I'm so hungry. Yeah, there's a clear function. No, this is kind of recently added, Skylar. It hasn't been around for too long. What are you doing, you lark? Okay, are you guys ready for this? Holy fuck! Oh my goodness. We got dynamic functions. I don't know how long that took, but my god. Okay. Oh, shit. Look at that. This is the result of a function call, right? Oh, man. How is this not the best freaking thing out there right now? I don't know, but it's good. Oh man, I am so brain dead right now. Oh my god. I can't believe we got there. Oh, Sarah, I missed your question, most of what it means to self-publish a game is well, it's the same as self-publishing a book, right? You're in charge of publishing. You don't go through a publisher, which means you don't have to give up any piece of the action, but you also don't have someone who takes care of you in a space where you're new, right? If you want to know about game dev here on Twitch, someone who's really like got the hand on the pulse of these things is Tim. Tim Baudet, Boudot. Oh, damn it, I can't pronounce his last name. He makes racing games and he shares a lot of this information, right? He's a good egg to talk to about that. And also, he does egg racing games. We have global functions, yeah. But let's do some let's do something weird. So if we're gonna add, can we add this to 1,000? Of course we can. Oh, god damn it. Ooh. Okay. What would be... I've been putting off implementing functions for so long, and I did it in a state of being a mongoose. Alright? Oh, then you get nothing back. It's nil. You get nil. Okay, let's try this then. Oh, yes. 2 uppercase, that's all. Come on. Yeah. What did I just call this thing? 2 lower? 2 lower and then I made it uppercase. God damn it, you idiot. Fuck. Ah, that didn't work. That didn't work. No, it wouldn't work. Hang on. Hang on. I know why this isn't working. I know why this isn't working. It's not as simple as doing that. That's what we need. Fuck. Why? Oh. No. Oh. Oh, god damn it. Hello, Dad. How you going? Whew. It works. We have dynamic functions at runtime. Oh man, this is so fucking good. Damn. Next step is to make it react. It's already reactive. That's enough. We have function. Doesn't that just update a value on key press? No. These are function calls. Right? First of all, the program is running while I'm modifying the template for the program, and it's updating as you modify the template. Secondly, these are function calls that you're observing, right? So as the values are changing, the function calls are invoked again. Wow, that took no time to get functions. That took no time. What's the benefit of being able to update it in real time? Because you don't have to stop your program, rebuild it, and start your program to see the changes that you're doing to your layout, right? Why it behaves like a pipe? uh, yeah, with uniform function syntax, whatchamacallit. Yeah, but you replied to Wairu, so so we will maybe, but what would that mean, right? And more importantly, we can't do this just yet. Okay, that doesn't work because it's int. We need to finish that part, but yeah. Skylar, you behave like a pipe. You can have a make file. Boom, make file. Because Skylar. Whoops. Whoops. Oh my god, I can't believe this is working. It was so quick to implement. Fuck me. Oh. I'm so hungry now. I'm gonna go and eat my weight in chicken tinga. What time is it even? Wow. Should we look at having that made, right? Should we look what would be included in making uniform function calls? The ident would have to be split, right? So if the ident is an index, so we end up with something like this, right? Now, but then I think we feel about the same, Bolvar, right? I'd imagine that we feel about the same here. Okay, let's panic out the left-hand side because this is the important aspect of this, how we design this. Okay, now if the left-hand side is an index, let's make this thing have a different state, right? If this works and if this is easy to make, I'm just gonna, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna do it. And you can do it too, you know, if you want to. Okay, look at this. Yeah, we're panicking on the function call. Calm down. Is that it? No. Set in a value. There's our 0. And if this thing shows up state in a value in the panic, then we're good. Somehow we're good. It does. Damn it. I think we can make this work really, like, quite quickly. Okay. Now this thing has to be an ident. Fuck. Do we need that one? Yeah, we do. Okay, hang on. Hang on, we're almost there. Now we just need to take this. But we're not done yet. The first arc has to be ooh, okay, hang on, you chained the wrong thing, you fool. That might have been it. It's not it. It didn't work. Fuck you for not working. Oh, man. I thought it was gonna work. I thought it was gonna work. It's not panicking. Wait, what am I doing wrong then? Oh, no. Oh, yes. All right, we're not out of the woods yet. They got a mile to walk here. It's a stir. Damn, okay. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Fuck. Wait, not fuck. Shh. Unfuck. Whoa! All right. Oh my god. That was so quick to implement. It's my brain's not even working. I have no idea how I got here. When I wake up tomorrow, if there's a bug with this code, there is no way I'm gonna solve it. Okay? I have never implemented function calls in my entire life. I have no idea how it can even be here in the first place. This is surreal to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's do this then. Stir val. Yeah. Let me just say yes here to someone. Yeah. Ah. Whew. It has switched. Oh, okay. Let's try to get a string value in here now. Okay. Does anyone remember when I started this? I think we implemented functions in like less than an hour or 2 hours, right? At least it feels like that. I don't know, man. This is so... This is so good. Can't believe we got function calls in here. That should return null. And then we just have to... But all these functions that we have, we're gonna make functions. But you'll be able to make your own functions. You just have to do this and add it to the function table. It's a non-issue. Right? Too upper works, but not too low. Oh, because I didn't add it to the function table. Oh, damn. Yeah, I mean, this is so good. We have function calls. We have functions set up. I don't even know where to go from here. Right? All the bugs that someone else has to deal with, but damn. We don't have any mandatory functions, but there are two things I'm going to do. But I'm going to go need some food and like lay down now, right? One is to expose the function table so you can write your own functions and register them with the runtime, right? So you will be able to just take this code and chuck it into your own project, right? So you can nonsensify, right? And then we bake this into the runtime, into the backend, right? So backend.add function nonsense, and then nonsensify. And we have to make this function exist. That'll be impl. I mean, what's the function table? That's the wrong freaking thing, you idiot. Like that. So you'll be able to do this now. We have to make that public from the resolver. And that was it. Can we now add our own custom functions? So I can run nonsense that will nonsensify. Let's make this do something stupid. Unlike the other stuff. You know, I'm way too lazy. All right. I'm gonna grab this. And let's just change you to that. And then we'll do buffer dot push stir nonsense was here. All right. So now when I run this, fuck. Should be able to do that, but I can't. I don't know why. Why is that not doing anything? That one has to be built in. I can't even get this thing to work now. This isn't working. I'm not even hitting the breakpoints here. I don't know what's wrong. There's no function in there. To upper and add. To lower, add, and to upper. Where is this other thing then? Where's my thing? All right, it's right there. This should only have one arrow, but it has two. You shit. Of course it doesn't work then, right? You idiot. There we go. Your own homemade functions made from the purest nonsense. Right. I'm gonna fuck off now. And I'm gonna go and eat some food. I'm gonna eat more food than you have ever seen in your entire life. And it's gonna be so good. But first, I have to make a test. That's probably not a good thing to do. Blah. Don't need that. No way I can remember what even this thing looks like, so we're just gonna copy this. Get these in. I wonder if value kind should be part of default now. Okay, we're just gonna push the number 9 in there. No, that's dumb. I don't want to do that. I did it anyway. Key press. The hell is this? No, I need a key press function there. Damn it. Oh, state. All right. So what's there is not 9. This is a number, and we're looking for a string here. We're just gonna do this. This should pass the test. No, it doesn't. Is there a number on the basic state? There's a string. I forgot to register the function. Oh, too easy. Huh? Too easy. Fuck. Functions 4. Damn it. I'll look at what you guys are saying shortly. I'm just spacing out here a little. Oh, not even. Fuck it. I can't be pushing. I'll push this after 8. Well. Whew. They were functions? Huh? Sorry, I have no idea where we are in the conversation. Okay, that would be nice. And you just. Right. Yeah, Bolva. They're on the Discord. That's not the Discord. Is it VODs then? There you go. All right. All right. Bye.